All right, there we go. Should have sound now. Good evening, everybody. Let's see. Get chatbot up. So, what was supposed to happen today? That I was supposed to do my first Final Fantasy speedrun, 7 speedrun in a while. I was really excited for it, and then I realized couldn't find my capture card since I had rearranged the room. I assumed I had put it somewhere specific back there. Wasn't there. Freaked out. Couldn't find it. 2 hours. 2 hours. 2 hours. I ended up finding it. You know where it was? In the really lazy place that I used to put it, and thought, there's no way I would have moved everything and simply shifted it on the ground, right? That's exactly what I did, because my backup Elgato was there too. If I had found my backup Elgato, we could have at least used that, even though the picture's not great with it. Oh, man. I am also surprised that Apollo gets as much hate as it does. I get why people don't like it as much as any of the games in the original, but I thought it was thoroughly enjoyable personally. By far is the best first case in any of the games. I mean, the third case sucks, but there hasn't been a Phoenix Wright game that I've played so far that hasn't had an ass third case. So yeah, I had no plans tonight because I'm like, I'm gonna do this 9-hour stream. And then that happened, and then it just became too late because I don't want to stream until, 8 a.m. I normally like to finish those at like around 6 at the latest, 6:30, so I can be in bed by 7. But because I didn't take care of that beforehand, fuck myself. What was supposed to happen is I was supposed to get the capture right away and then work on the splits, which did not happen. So now I have no splits. I don't have it set up in OBS yet. So instead of just canceling stream though, I thought I'd move stream over to YouTube and I could just get some other shit done while talking to you guys. Unfortunately, I'm not the ultimate housekeeper, so my housekeeping generally applies to just my general area, but thank you for asking. Hey, Amber. Good to see you. Welcome back. Hello to everybody else, too. Beth, Zod, Phantom Killer Uprising, Guy, James, Ran, JB, Halucha, Bell, Moan Games, Peter. I mean, it's not actually like, I'm not doing like sweeping and shit while you guys are watching. I'm doing like getting splits together. Maybe I can work on the V3 thumbnail. We can do August's schedule while I'm doing this. Work out some other OBS problems that I've been just dragging my feet on. At least doing this, like, gets me in a focused mindset to do this shit that does need to get done. Well, I did like one thing I did like about Apollo's Case 3 was the characters. I thought they were interesting enough. And I think I said that while I was playing, is I'm like, okay, well, I like the characters, so that's at least good. The problem is that a lot of this shit is just, first of all, the whole thing about Maki fucking being able, they were like, he's blind, which of course he wasn't, but when they thought he was blind, and like a 12-year-old, they thought he was able to shoot this magnum accurately. And I'm like, dude, this is insane. Plus the whole the song thing that you had to see way too many times. That's kind of up there with the amount of Celeste Impact's suicide scenes that we kept getting flashed to in 2-4. I don't know. I honestly have to reshuffle my backlog of games a little bit, I think. So anything I would tell you now wouldn't be accurate, to be quite honest, because my priorities have shifted a little bit. So some of the games I had planned on playing, I don't think I'm going to stream anymore, which gives other games opportunity, an opportunity to be streamed instead. Sweeping ASMR. I mean, if you watched my clean stream, you just watch a stream of how to not clean. Oh yeah, clavier is good. Clavier is... Clavier. Clavier is what I called him first, right? I really enjoyed Clavier, because he's, again, most like prosecutors I have met in real life than any of the other ones that we've seen so far. You don't want to see my vacuum. It's not trash, but it's nothing special either, besides the dogs gonna start going on. Only seeing character here, nothing else. I give it a fully negative rating. I have not played the V3 demo. Was this the game where the demo's different? Like you should play the demo first or something before you play the other game, like the full game? Yeah, definitely much longer with the video than the photo, just by the, processes of it being a video. Especially since I honestly sucked, to be completely fair. I sucked. I was just bad right there. Like, I should have figured that out earlier. So we ended up having to loop through it like an extra 4 times that we did not need to loop through it, because I'm an idiot. It's interesting. I have heard that Dual Destinies is disliked, but it seems like everyone who's talked to me about it has really liked it. So I don't know what to think about that. Well, to be fair, it doesn't have... Investigations 2 doesn't have, like, a super high bar to beat for third cases. That's true. You wouldn't know how to do the exact opposite. What did Twain do? Do the exact opposite of that. Yeah, I'll be doing Ghost Trick. I've also bought the Zero Escape trilogy, so we'll do that too at some point. I'll probably... So since Danganronpa is gonna be, we're not gonna have any more of those games until there is a completed fan game for it. I know there's a bunch of other attempts and none of them have like ever been completed. But if there ends up being a completed fan game of Danganronpa, then I will play it. but I'm not gonna play some it's almost finished but not quite bullshit, because I hate that. But what we're probably going to do is like, we'll have Phoenix Wright, and then we'll kind of switch off with those other games that are kind of related to it, like Ghost Trick, Zero Escape, you know, those games. So those will all be played at some point. Playing those types of games are fun on stream. I feel like I don't feel like I've been unfair to any of the games so far. I feel like I've been very... Investigations 1 was better than I thought it'd be, considering what people were saying about it. Same thing with Apollo Justice. They're not great games, but I enjoyed them. Although the biggest problem with Investigations is that it ended so poorly. Like, feeling good, and then what's his fuck, the ambassador's testimony, it's not under oath, so it's not testimony, but comes up, and that just is Dual Destinies, this is kind of a mild spoiler, but we'll figure it out. I'll figure it out really soon anyways. Is Dual Destinies where they implement the jury system? Because I heard they end up implementing a jury system, and it ends up being really bad. One thing I'll say about games that like have bad cases, it's kind of chaotically fun to go from like bad case to good case to bad case to good case, because then I can be like, what the fuck, game, come on, this other case is amazing, what are you doing with this, what's the deal, you know, keeps things interesting. Well, yeah, regular Twain might feel differently, and I feel like I try to make sure they're both of their voices are included in these reviews instead of just Lawyer Twain, because that would be, you've seen all of those reviews, right? Because that's what people normally do when they review these games on YouTube. They're just doing it, which I understand why, but then they don't seem like they enjoy it at all, other than like, oh, this is so bad. But like, they're not bad games. The legal principles and the way it's executed, yeah, awful many times. The 3-day trial system's absolute trash. But that doesn't mean the game's bad. You can still enjoy the game. Killing the floor with a broom. My wife would destroy me because of our... Actually, I could probably show you guys this. I think I can move the camera enough. I was just thinking about our wood. We have... Ignore the sound baffles that have fallen. I need to pick them up because the double-sided tape that I have is really... it's really weak. So, like, they've fallen all over the place. There's supposed to be more up there. But look at the look into the hallway. Do you see how that color changes? That's not an optical illusion. I really like our house, but one of the weirdest fucking things I have ever seen in a house, each one of these rooms has different wood flooring. It's a completely different type of wood. It does not look good. I love having wood flooring. Because I absolutely adore wood flooring. Hardwood's great. When they are all different colors, it's a little weird. No idea why. I have never seen that before. Yo, what's up, Sal? Dude! Why does everybody think I was actually gonna do chores? I'm doing channel housekeeping. Get some shit done. Soldiers, demons, even ponies. I think Lugia was telling me about the ponies before. He's a MLP fan, so I think he was telling me about that. Oh, I'm glad to hear you're doing better, Amber. That's good. Always good to hear health's improving. International pooping rights. Extraterritorial international pooping rights. Actually, I think it'd be the other way. International extraterritorial pooping rights. Yes. Because it could be extraterritorial, in theory, within a country. I think. If you're talking about, like, states? Or would it be a different term? I'd have to check on that. I'm honestly not 100% sure. I have never personally dealt with a case where there was a... Okay, so quick story time. I have not dealt with a case where there was a question as to jurisdiction. Which venue is appropriate? At least in terms of state versus state. Illinois saying the case should be here. Wisconsin saying the case should be here. Now we have to figure it out. I've never done one of those cases. I've done 2 cases that were like, the big issue was jurisdiction. It's just that one of the cases, we were moving a case from Illinois to Wisconsin, and there was no question as to what the jurisdiction should be. It's just a very awkward process. Because it was a case involving a mother and her child. They lived here, so they were residents of Wisconsin. They had the right to move the jurisdiction from Illinois to Wisconsin, but the process can be really awkward. So that took a little longer than expected, just because it was weird to go through the Illinois courts first and being like, how do you want me to do this? Because I know how to handle it up here, but we need to get it up here in the first place. The other one was between state of Wisconsin and what's called ICWA, Indian Child Welfare Act. If a Native American child becomes involved in, the foster care system, child protective services, there's a law, a whole big law in place that says that the tribe has to be a part of it. Because the tribe has their own interests to maintain. And let me tell you, that shit was way more complicated than I thought it'd be. I know a ton about ICWA now. I've only had to, gotten to use that in one case, but I know a ton about ICWA now. So there's that. Oh, man. Okay, so DD does not have the jury system. Justice for All is a roller coaster. I agree with that. I mean, I assume that my lawyer self will be like, what the fuck? It's just bound to happen, right? Let's put it this way. I think it would be uninteresting if my lawyer self didn't have any new questions to bring up, because otherwise I'll have said everything that probably needed to be said in one of the prior playthroughs, right? And that's not really interesting for you guys. Old bag almost gave me a fucking heart attack. That was her showing up as the pink badger. I'm like, okay, this is kind of passable. And then you brought her back again. Oh my god. Yeah, and that's a good point too, Rand. Like, they play the first case. That doesn't give you nearly a good enough like, I don't even think you can get into enough interesting stuff. You can get into a lot of very procedural stuff, a lot of shallower issues, but it's not until you get more into the games that you see some of the really big problems. Not just that we know this system is a problem. The cases later show why these things are a problem. And if you don't look past 1-1, you're not going to get to that point. I think accurate legal depictions would be very boring. To be completely honest. You have to do something to spice it up. Maybe in like the purest RPG sense, it could be really good. Like say you had a D&D trial that's based off the real legal system. That could be fun. But I think you have to give players full autonomy to go about the case. The more structured it would be in like a Phoenix Wright sort of way, the less interesting I think the game would be. My entire house is all hardwood, yeah. Well, except the kitchen's tile, but I think there's hardwood underneath the tile. I think that might be laminate tile. I'm not 100% sure on that, though. Also, hello, Sarah. I love reacting to the prosecutors. Prosecutors are always one of the most interesting parts of the game. The only one who's been mildly disappointing so far has been Godot, and that's more because people really hyped him up, and he did not deliver what my expectations were, which is not fair. If I had gone into it with no expectations, I might like his character more. Biggest problem is he's actually just a dog shit prosecutor. Hey, Easy, what's up, dude? What if all of you were in here helping me keep house? Oh, hey, Light. Did somebody drop the raid yet? Sorry, I'm way behind on chat. I'm trying to catch up on good conversation. Wait. Can I hear it? I can't hear it. I don't think I saw the raid thing, so let's just roll it. Wait, was that it? Was it done already? I feel like that was really short. Anyways, thank you, Lightgazer, for the raid. This... to you. Cheers. Oh, that's right. Oh God. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, so for the first time in my life, and this is a combination of like mask wearing, because even though I'm vaccinated, I still wear a mask, out and about, wearing a mask plus wearing a CPAP, just a bunch of, and then having like a cold for the past 3 weeks. All the like rubbing against my skin here has actually for the first time ever caused like badly chapped lips, where it's like starting to blister a little bit on the top of my lips here. Now, I've been treating it with Carmex, which has been working. It works really well. But you know what's not a good idea to put on cracked lips? Alcohol. Dummy. If I were drinking it from a glass, it would never touch it. But because I'm drinking from this, like, weird, you know, that's how they do it. It hit the top of my lips first. Oh my God, that burns. Also, hey, Nick, I saw you come in too. Light, Ancient One, Renee. How was the, your second attempt at the, is it Ghouls and Ghosts or Ghosts and Goblins? Which one, which version are you running? You're running the SNES version, right? Super Ghouls and Ghosts? And I think the Genesis version is Ghosts and Goblins, which is ironically the only version I've ever played. It's ironic because I never owned a Genesis until I started the channel. I'll have my dad make the virtual lasagna. That's like his best dish. The only one I know how to make is vegetarian, because that's the only one we make for some reason. My wife and I are carnivores. I have no idea why she insists on not adding meat to it. It's good, don't get me wrong, but you know, maybe it tastes a little better with some more protein. Just saying. Also, hello to Zot, or Z-O-T. What's up, got rice? Good vibes. Yeah, I've seen the save data one. At least they're doing more of the game. They're not just doing like the one case and that's it. I mean, I honestly still think I'm more personable than anyone else you're gonna find on YouTube, but obviously I'm a little biased towards myself, right? But that's partly because of you guys. You guys feed into my egos, and I love it so much. Thank you, everyone, for enjoying my terrible humor, awful voice, and just awfully condescending reasoning with every single thing that I do. Every argument. They whine too much. Okay, yeah, and I will tell you, I think that's a big problem in general across YouTube, not just with them. I think there are too many Let's Players that whine too much. Would you guys say that I whine too much? I complain, but I don't just wah about it, right? Because let me tell you guys the difference between whining and complaining. Complaining or whining is complaining without giving ways to fix it or alternatives or whatever. Just stating what the problem is whining. When you're actually talking about the issue in a reasonable manner, trying to come up with ways to fix it, that is what a complaint is. Alba just fucking pissed me the fuck off. Oh my god, that was so irritating. Actually, I have some, you don't have to sweep. I just have that aerosol can stuff. It says don't tip, and they are not kidding. Do not tip that thing because your fingers will freeze because of that nitrogen or some shit that's in there. I don't know. Something makes it cold as fuck. Super Ghouls and Ghosts, gotcha. Hey, that's a lot farther than you got last time though, right? Yeah, I don't do well when I play that game with the short range stuff. They're like super powerful, but I need the long range weapons because I'm dog shit with the short range stuff. Watch their YouTube video. Okay, or don't watch the YouTube video. Okay, good to know. I honestly would not have known that those were there unless you guys mentioned it though. I don't know, Nick. I can't remember what question we were talking about earlier. Do you remember what it was, Tara? Me white, game is wrong. Wah. Yeah, see, I don't wanna be that guy. There's other people that are those guys if you wanna go watch them. I try to offer an alternative. I dislike summer here too. Ugh, too fucking humid. In terms of prosecutors, are they still my top 2 favorite? Yes. I honestly still think Franziska might be the best. In terms of... Edgeworth never caught me off guard with, like, at least not that I can remember, with, like, certain arguments, like counter arguments, whereas Franziska has. And that's because I think Franziska actually argues her case. I think Franziska argues her case is the best out of all the characters. I still like Edgeworth more overall as a character, but I honestly think as a prosecutor, Franziska might be the best. The problem is she overshadows it with her fucking, you know, wit thing, and some people really dislike that characterization. I totally get it. Hey, Amy's going Inquisitor. How's it going? Claver's probably going to end up ranking higher than you guys think, though, because I really did like his character. I thought he was very well reasoned, and again, a lot closer to what a real prosecutor would be like compared to the other. And I probably appreciate that more than the average person, because the average person wants that villainous Von Karma, right? Which, it's fun, don't get me wrong, but actually having Claver was such a nice breath of fresh air. Hey, Tom, what's up, dude? Oh, right. The jurisdiction question. I remember what I was talking about, but I don't remember what got us to that. Oh, is it considered extraterritorial? Like, can you use the term extraterritorial when you are talking about states within a nation, or does it have to be nation to nation? That was the question. You must be really good at that game, Light. I might go check out that VOD if I have time. Objection, Your Honor. Time, you know, They cannot update the autopsy report again. Why don't we just wait until they're done? Oh, right, because of this stupid fucking 3-day trial system. Yeah, okay. To be fair, those people update their autopsy reports probably faster than in real life. But that's also because they have the fastest deadlines imaginable. Like, if we didn't change Edgeworth, would he have ultimately pulled a Von Karma? Probably, if he continued down that road. Because he was already okay with doing, like, what apparently young Von Karma was okay with doing. What did Claver do to knock him out of the running for the top? So 2 things I can think of off the top of my head. One is I think he would have came off as a much stronger character if Kristoff wasn't around. I think Kristoff kind of overshadows Claver, which isn't really fair to Claver, but it also draws a lot of attention away from him, oddly enough. The other thing is some of the art, while this isn't necessarily wrong, he parroted himself kind of frequently with counter arguments. I'd actually have to go back and like show you what I mean, but a lot of times it felt like he was saying the same thing. And again, that's not necessarily wrong. In fact, in a real court of law, that's probably what you would do. But in a narrative sense, that's kind of boring, right? Like when he kept talking, like he kept bringing up the one thing about evidence, which wasn't necessarily wrong, but the way he would present it was like the same every time. Francisca, Edgeworth, whenever they had a counter for you, they like mixed up the way they did it. And that kept them more like engaging. I'm not sure if that makes sense. But I remember thinking like, Claver can be dull sometimes, not because he's not too adversarial, but because he kind of just does the same thing over and over again. If I remember correctly, I was caught off guard by the updated autopsy report because that's absurd. V3. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing V3. Ah, yes. What happened to Final Fantasy VII? So, the reason we're doing this stream instead of Final Fantasy VII speedrun over on Twitch is because I could not find my capture card for like 2 hours. And even though I ultimately found it, it meant that the other stuff I needed to do to get ready for the run, getting the overlay together, getting the splits ready, is the most important thing. Making sure that I'm getting the video and stuff together so that everything's synced up, because that can be a problem with old games if you're using Amarok TV as the source to make it look, you know, smoothed out. I had no time to do any of that. It was already like 10 and I didn't want to be up till 8, 9 because I still had to get all this other shit taken care of. But I'm still too hyped to do one to not get it in somewhere soon. Oh yeah, for sure. And him being like able to like face his flaws was really good, because like Francisca and Edgeworth didn't like to think they tried to ignore it, right? When a flaw arose. I studied some international IP law, but yeah, that's the extent of my international. More splash words, that's good. Although also bad, because like objection, I worry that they'll be overused. Yeah, I mean, it's just easier for people to reduce a character to like one phrase or word, right? But that's not interesting. It's for the lulz, but it's not interesting. Just international borders? Yeah, I didn't think I had heard it within the US itself. Even though we have extrajudicial laws when it comes from state to state. I did not think Claver's arguments were as good as Francisca's, no. Claver was too often show me, which can be good sometimes. Francisca did it sometimes, but he did it too often. Sometimes you have to go at the person and say, this is why you're wrong, instead of just saying, oh, this is what you're saying? Huh, show me. Especially since, as the prosecutor, the burden of proof 99% of the time is going to be on him. So if anything, that's what we should be doing. But that's the way their legal system is different, right? Maybe that's part of what it was. It was just a little shallow in how it was written. Like, it could have been better, but only so much time. Oh, Yu's fantastic. I loved Yu. Oh, if I were Edgeworth and I'd have just been like, we have the evidence. We have the evidence to indict him. I don't need to do this all right here. you should arrest him. And the rest of it will be fleshed out. He can make these dumbass rebuttal arguments in trial. I would have tried to convince Wolfboy to simply indict him based on the evidence that we had without having to go through that last 20 minutes. Hello, unbelievably stupid. Yeah, Light, I was looking forward to it too. This is gonna be my first time using that fast version that you donated for, so I was really excited to get into that. I don't know, maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Maybe I'll just try to sneak it in tomorrow. Problem is, fucking Bucks game tomorrow. And no, I can't. Not that. Nothing is pushing that out of my periph. Some in the United States that doesn't know there's an Interpol. There are some people in the United States that don't know where certain states are. So, or at least their general region. So yes, I can definitely believe that there are some in the United States that doesn't know there is an Interpol. Hey Mataros, how's it going? Add forehead. Add forehead. I don't know how much a doctor's license costs. I just re-upped my license and it cost me $550. I get the privilege of paying the state $550 a year, and that's with no add-ons, to do my job. Is it a ton of money in the long term? No, it's a good investment. The fact that I have to give it in the first place, considering how little I would argue we are given in return, nah, outrageous. Danganronpa really doesn't. There are burdens of proof, but it switches all the fucking time. There's no like procedural system for it. It just kind of happens on a whim. Hello, Trent. Favorite soup? Broccoli and cheddar, preferably with some chicken. They're emulated ported like SNES Online or something. Can you save state the title screen before you click start? Oh, you mean so that you can like quick load it back to the title screen to like restart it? As far as I know, the answer is no. I'm not even sure if you can use SNES Online. I know you can't use SNES Online for Mega Man X runs, but that doesn't mean you couldn't do it for Super Ghosts and Goblins. Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Super Ghouls and Ghosts. I always get them mixed up. That just depends on the community. But I have never personally seen anybody be able to save state the title screen. Even though that makes sense to be able to do that for expediency's sake. A lot of the times they want you to completely reset so that we can completely go through, and that's the way we validate that nothing weird's going on. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily think it's a great rule, but it's the rule. I use a Logitech C920. It's good. It's not amazing, but considering what I paid for it, it's pretty good. I got a big sale. This was like the standard like 5 years ago or something like that. You're gonna go flush some eaten pickles down the toilet. Poop break. Yeah, there are people that don't know there are state constitutions. What? That's just the U.S. Constitution. You don't know? Your state actually has a constitution. That's part of the whole state sovereignty thing that you're such a big fan of, and you don't know. Okay. That parrot. That was really funny. So there's territorial rights and then extraterritorial rights. That makes sense. Yeah, the issue with how Ace Attorney deals with circumstantial evidence is that they really push this idea that it doesn't mean anything, and it's just simply not true. I've seen somebody get convicted of attempted murder due to circumstantial evidence only. And you can go look at stories of people getting convicted of actual murder due to circumstantial evidence only. It happens. I don't think I can wear phoenix hair. I could get a wig, but even then, it's not really gonna look like phoenix hair. You can use SNES Online for that's good. I think it's weird that X players can't use. Oh, SNES Online. I'm thinking of. I'm dumb. Thank you for pointing that out, Easy. I'm thinking of the mini SNES. That makes a lot more sense. Yo, what's up, Coulter? Yeah, it's good. It's really good for its value. I know some of the prices right now are a little jacked because obviously the prices went way up once the pandemic started, so I'd be careful to make sure that whatever you get, you're not getting gouged for. Tissues... Wait, tissues flush? Or have I been doing it wrong in emergency situations for years? Paper towels don't flush. Exactly. In a vacuum, circumstantial evidence is bad. But the problem with thinking that way is that you're only thinking about it in a vacuum, as opposed to, what if it's all gathered together? Suddenly, the whole is better than the sum of its parts, or, you know. Plugs, I mean, yeah. Even, I mean, circumstantial evidence can work with a jury or a judge, though. Oh, it could have been the paper towels I used first. Yeah, that could be it. Yeah. Yeah, I feel really lucky that there were a few things that you guys remember when I was bitching about my fucking graphics card going? And I was like, man, I was gonna get a 3070 when that released, and it's not coming out for another 2 months, so I gotta buy this 5600 XT for $250, blah, 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 blah. If you wanted to go and get what I got now on Amazon with the same listing, you can't find it for cheaper than $900. Graphics cards just, they can't meet the demand. So you're paying a shit ton for not even top of the line. Oh yeah, maybe that's one of the things I should do in the stream is get the art club roll set up. So Coulter can, well, I mean, you can post that in art talk. I can slick my hair back, but it's not gonna look anything like his. It's gonna look bad. Thick hair, thick curly hair slicked back looks pretty fucking terrible, let me tell you. Well, and that's the thing. They can say all they want about we don't want circumstantial evidence, but the judge should still the judge should still be able to be like, it's enough. I see enough here. Tissue doesn't dissolve like toilet paper does? Nah. Because there's only 2 of us in there. 2.5. If you count the students. Me and Nick and then Tom. Otherwise, you have the law club role. That's sort of what that's supposed to be for. Yeah, yeah, sure. And if they can actually counter your circumstantial evidence, well, then that fucks it up, right? But that happens sometimes. But like, the prosecutors in Ace Attorney rarely ever present something to me and it's like, this is decisive evidence, and I'm like, that is decisive evidence. Once? In the Engard case? I saw somebody had a costume of Phoenix Coffee getting thrown on him. Yet, like, it was like a mask where he had the eyes and that looked amazing. That was really cool. Crumbs on the child's face. The fact that there's an empty cookie sleeve or package in the child's room. And then you can get into even like weaker stuff like no appetite after the fact. He didn't want to eat his dinner. I wonder why. Because he ate all the cookies, maybe. Breath smelling of whatever flavor it was. They had peanut butter cookie. Oh, his breath smelled like peanut butter. Like, that's... If you put all that stuff together, you better believe that as a parent, you could very reasonably find that your child took the cookies. Put my hair back like into a net. My hair isn't long enough for that. Oh, that aren't flushable? I've never flushed a flushable wipe. Then again, I never wipe my ass with wipes. I only use wipes for like... the hell do I use wipes for? I guess I don't use the flushable wipes. I end up using like those Clorox wipes where you can like clean stuff. That's not the same thing, right? I mean, yeah, tissue and toilet paper definitely aren't the same, but I thought they had the similar amount of dissolvability. Part of the problem with tissue is that it's weaker than toilet paper. I mean, I think anybody that would be in the law club could reasonably be considered a law enthusiast. How did the rest of that cleaning go last night, Light? Yeah, some types of crimes, it's just almost impossible to get direct evidence for. Or there's like really only 1 or 2 things you can get. Oh, no worries. I'm in way too many servers. And the problem is I don't want to leave any servers, but like what's happened is I just like stopped talking in all the other ones and now I feel kind of bad. I'd play a game where it's just a Canadian judge. The normal judge doesn't make the game for me. I'm sure there are other people that would disagree with that assessment, but I would be just fine with doing an entire game with him instead of the normal judge. Phoenix is pretty baller for getting that coffee thrown on him and he's just like, most people would feel like their face had gotten scalded. Especially since, didn't Godot say how hot he had his coffee or something? I want to get a bidet too. I really do. Who's it? Moist Critical? Hey, Jesse, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. In fact, let me get this up. Moist Critical did a video of him putting his bidet together. I'm just like, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. It was traumatic. Gah. Well, at least you found your really good knife. Hopefully it's still a really good knife. Yes, sometimes it was cold, right? But most of the time it was supposed to be hot because you were supposed to, like, when he, like, glug it, you're supposed to be like, what are you doing? How is your throat not burning to a crisp? Yeah, good brother Light was cleaning his brother's room, and his brother had left some foodstuffs around for longer than would be advisable. Doesn't he have different cups or different type of coffee brewed though? I was under the impression that it was like continually brewing. Instead of like, he has 17 different cups of, or you know, brews of coffee waiting for him. Hey, McDonald's coffee's good. Not as good as Dunkin' coffee, but I like their coffee. I like it better than Starbucks. Gotcha. That's good. No. While that would make a lot more sense from a practical standpoint, there's no way. There is no way Godot would ever drink from a Keurig. Coffee brewed from a Keurig. Dude is definitely a pot, I only buy the raw beans kind of guy. So I'll tell you the appeal of coffee. It sucks. It tastes awful. I fucking can't stand the taste of coffee. But do you know what coffee does? It allows me to gain bursts of energy I would not have otherwise. When you're younger, you don't really need it as often. But the older you get, the more you're gonna need something like that. Now, thankfully, there are alternatives. Like, I'm drinking this Bang, but I only drink half a Bang at a time. Because these things have 300 fucking milligrams of caffeine in it per can. The average cup of coffee in the US, it's actually lower, we discovered around the rest of the world because our serving sizes are fat, is about 110 to 120. So this is like almost 3 full cups of coffee in one can. And there are people that just slam these. And I'm like, how does your heart not explode? And as you can see, I'm using my favorite blend of Bang, Rainbow Unicorn, because apparently Rainbow Unicorns taste fucking delicious. Woo. Can't wait till I get to taste one of those in the wild. It is sweet, but considering how little's in here, I'm actually really impressed with the flavor. I think it's a lot better than Monster. Monster's too like taking a sip of Monster is like getting objected to by Phoenix. Like all that air pressure, that's what I feel like happens to me every time I drink a Monster. And I have to like hunker down so that I don't fly out of my chair. I mean, In theory, almost anything can cause a stomach problem if your stomach just doesn't agree with it. It tastes like delightful sugar and spice and everything nice. Like birthday cake flavored cake. Skittles, Starbursts, Cinnabon, all that shit thrown into one. Also keep in mind, Sarah, there are a lot of different types of teas. I will tell you one type of tea that will absolutely give you a stomach problem. Long Island iced teas. Don't drink that shit. Long Island iced teas are basically, hey, what are we running out of in the back? What alcohol do we have, like, we're running low on? That, and that. All right, that'll be our Long Island for the night. They just mix a bunch of garbage together, and that's a Long Island. Here's a little bit of Sprite. There you go. Now it's drinkable. Long Islands are the only drink that I've gotten like sick from, not from overindulgence. Just like having two of them, and I was like, oh, that feels terrible. Diabetes, the energy drink. Yeah, Wilford Brimley would not be a fan of these energy drinks, I would think. It's not even really tea, is the thing, Sarah. Like, they call it that, but it has no tea in it, which is the thing. So the only tea that can do that to you is something that doesn't even have tea in it, like, for sure. Have I ever had boba? No, I have not had boba. I've never drank Everclear straight. The only person that I've ever been around that did drink Everclear straight ended up puking so much through my brother-in-law's futon that he had to throw it away the next morning. There was one point where we heard the shower going, and we're like, that's odd. Nobody should be taking a shower at 3 a.m. And when we the doors cracked open, there's steam coming through it. So he had it like scalding hot. And he's just sitting in there naked, like sitting, and we're like, oh God, we can't leave him like this. That was an unfortunate evening for him. We all told him to stop because he was like, it's just like water, man. And I'm like, okay, that means you should not drink probably for the rest of your life at this point. Boba's not the stuff that has like the little bubble things, right? Isn't that just, that's just bubble tea, right? All right, later, Halucha, take it easy. Me and my brother-in-law was his cousin, so I mean, he was obligated. And then it was also my apartment, so. Yep. Yep, that's 100%. Listen to Tom. Listen to Tom, everybody. Back to tea. I think I've made it my dislike for tea known. But again, I will say, I don't like tea, but I do think I've been drinking it incorrectly my whole life. I never put anything in it. And apparently, most other people do. Tea by itself tastes bad. I hate it. Just bad hot water. When I first started developing the voice issue, one thing that really soothed my throat was a lavender and mint tea that my wife made for me with like a bunch of honey in it. And that tasted pretty good. I actually finished that drink. That's the first cup of tea I have finished since I think high school. You've had it where it's really good and really bad. That's interesting. It's really hit or miss, huh? 0.42? That should be like, how are they still moving? Oh, it is another word for bubble tea. Okay. Well, the idea, Light, was that I was going to use some of this time to actually get some stuff done, including, like, getting the splits together. But instead of just doing that off stream, I could still do a just chatting stream. But we've been busy beavers early on with conversation, which is not a bad thing. Oh, Pearl makes sense. Yeah, I've never added sugar to tea. Makes a lot of sense. Every work of fiction that I've ever seen, they've just, tea, how many sugars? Cream and sugar. Wow, that's what you use to make coffee good. I wonder if that could also make tea good. Duh, Twain. Duh. There weren't oranges in Yasuhiro's hair. I wouldn't be here today if I had accidentally consumed any of Yasuhiro's hair. I will tell you, he has the dirtiest hair in anime. I guarantee you that that man has the dirtiest hair in all of anime. But Twain, what about that one person that lived in that alternate dimension where they had to run from zombies and didn't get to shower for like 10 years of their life, and then had somebody fart in their hair a lot, and I think they got peed in their hair too, and then probably accidentally rolled around in some shit. It's still not as dirty as Hiro's hair. Hey, View. This is actually, it's a playlist on Spotify called Stream Beats Lo-Fi, and it's put together by Harris Heller, who made the his YouTube channel is Alpha Gaming, and he also streams on YouTube now under I think it's just his name, Harris Heller. He created a record label where essentially he pays the people that make songs for him. Everything is contracted in a way where every song that's put onto this list is royalty free. Every streamer can use this list and not have any type of strike, claim, anything put against them. It was made specifically so that streamers can press play and not have to worry about that shit and still have music going on in the background. So a lot of these songs are just, you know, like indie lo-fi people. Series of free games. Are they like multiplayer games or more like one-player games? How's Monster Hunter Stories going, View? Then I don't like the taste of grass. How did I start streaming in general? You mean like, what do you mean? Like what caused me to start doing it? Like inspired me to do it? Yeah, see, not even Makoto's hair when he fell in the trash pit. Still not as dirty as Hiro's hair. He doesn't have a wig. It's just gross. Really dirty hair, Scarlett. 100% of the time. Hey man, that's not a bad thing. Just say it loud and proud. My name is View, and I have a problem. And it's not changing anytime soon. Hell yeah. Oh man. I'm addicted to, like, in general, to Final Fantasy VII right now. Like, I want to play more of the remake. I was thinking about doing another remake stream, but I was like, let's try to do something a little different. But I really wanted to play it tonight, since I couldn't speedrun the OG. What inspired me? So 2014 was an awful year for me, for the most part. For about half the year, my wife and I had broken up. We weren't married at the time. And I just went on, like, self-destruction. The tour of self-destruction. Just, like, going out, clubbing, getting drunk all the time, different partners, which is not as cool as it sounds. I had to do all this whilst also finishing up law school. Thank God the end of law school is way easier than the beginning of law school. But one of the things that I did during that time was I watched a lot of Game Grumps. And that was like if I need to feel better, I put Game Grumps on. So initially, once I got my life back together, my emotional state back together, I told my friends KY and Tone, I'm like, hey, we should do a Let's Play channel. So we did that from 2015 through 2018. That's all the channel was. At some point in between there, I had really wanted to start streaming, but I didn't have the PC. And it wasn't until my business partner, who is also a gamer, he was getting rid of a few of his old components that, they weren't old, they were like top of the line last gen, and he was getting the new gen stuff, where he sold to me for really cheap, and he helped me put together the PC. Now I actually had a rig that I could do stuff with. And so then I was able to finally start streaming. And then that was mid-2018, April 4/20, blaze it, 2018. Toko doesn't smell as bad as Hero's hair. Doesn't mean I'd want to be around Toko, just she's not as dirty as Hero's hair. That roller coaster time at Walmart, that doesn't sound amazing. How'd I get her back? Well, introspection. What did I do wrong? Because at first I'm like, what happened? Well, the only reason I'm asking that question is because I obviously had no self-awareness as to what my issues were. Now, that's not to say that she didn't have her own problems, but I definitely had. All I could focus on was what I needed to change. And for the first 3 months or so, I wasn't going to get back together with her. At least I didn't really think about it, about doing that. And then eventually I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get back together with her. So I completely changed my priorities. Showed her that she is the number one thing in my life, which I think she probably, I mean, she hasn't told me explicitly to this day what exactly was happening, just that she was unhappy, she's depressed. But yeah, I did what I could, sure that she's what mattered most to me over all else. And then she ended up, she asked me to marry her initially. Like 3 months after we got back together. So that turnaround, apparently she appreciated the turnaround. Well, I won't say the other thing that happened that kind of wasn't something that I could control but ended up working out as my favor is that she kind of like had short flings with 2 other people, and she's like, man, other guys suck, and I'm like, yep. I will say I am and it's something you could probably honestly ask KY too, and he'd tell you the same thing, because he's been around me since we were in high school. We met in 2001. He will tell you that there is a significant difference between me before that period of time to me after that period of time. I probably wouldn't have been able to do this like before that. What I will say though is, beyond what I did for her, the thing that mattered the most was addressing my mental health. Working on me allowed me to then better work on our relationship. I finally got prescribed antipsychotics that worked, and that gave me greater motivation than I ever had in my life. Also was a great appetite suppressant, which was very good considering I was, comfort eating at that point. So yeah, my first piece of advice for those that ever get into relationship issues: take a look inside and say, am I dealing with any mental health problems that are negatively affecting this relationship? Because just changing that one thing could possibly avoid a lot of other hardship, and then can lead to working on the rest of the stuff that you need to, Hey, YY. I like to think so, but no, I feel like the lucky one in the relationship. I mean, I've entered into a verbal contract with the viewers. If they give me $100,000, I'm obligated to do a foot reveal. Now, I will say, Belle, my wife wanted me to show him off for significantly less than that. So I was looking out for everyone. I'm not sure you can listen too much. Because all you're doing is listening to somebody telling you their problems. What ended up likely happened is that you listened and they came to realizations on their own while they were talking about it, which were truths they probably thought of already. They just hadn't put it all together in their head. That's not your fault. Never stop listening. A civil case over $100, the court fees alone would make that a worthless lawsuit. Oh, hey, Vucky. We are not talking about feet. Don't just ignore that completely. Not so. No feet. We'd probably sing a Backstreet Boys songs for less than that. Worst music I've ever heard? The worst song I've ever heard is Timber with Pitbull and Kesha. Because those are two of, if not the, worst pop artists I have ever heard in my life. And I'm somebody who has heard Friday by Rebecca Black, and I have heard, what's the song by Ice JJ Fish? JJ Icefish? At least that song's hilarious. Timber is just god awful. One of the more amusing anecdotes from my wedding is that was on the explicitly do not playlist of our, like, don't play this. I don't want to hear this at my wedding. I'm paying you, like, $1,500 to play music at my wedding. Don't fucking play this song. They play it anyway. KY knew, in fact, all my friends knew, because they knew how much I hated that song. KY, like, looked over. He, like, looked over to me, and I'm like, I just do this, and he's like, and he like, he's drunk, he's really drunk at the time. So he turns around and like, I thought he was gonna spear the guy, but he ends up like skidding right into, I thought then he was gonna like knock the DJ table over, but like he caught himself because he's actually a very nimble big man. He like slid into it, was like, cut it out, man, cut it. And you heard the like, they didn't even transition to anything, they just, because apparently KY was very aggressive. That's what you need, man. You need your boys to be your enforcers. Oh man, it's lo-fi. It should help rock you to sleep. Oh, I'm very anti-feats. Feats are bad. No male should show their feet. That includes me. That includes anybody. No male should show their feet. This is not me, like, being like, some can, and yours are just ugly. All male feet are ugly. They're bad. Stop it. You don't look good in your thong flip-flop. Your feet look terrible. Women, on the other hand, some women do have nice-looking feet. Some don't. But that's a matter of who is taking care of their feet. You can tell, right? You're taking care of your feet, they probably look pretty good. What stream was it where I went on like a 15-minute rant about that? And somebody, I think, commented it on afterwards, like, what happened when I left? And how did they get into this 20-minute argument about feet? Oh, Batgirl is my shit. But I liked it ironically. I loved it because everyone else hated it. Disliked. Reported for offensive content. Jesus Christ, Nick. Yellow Submarine by the... I knew you guys didn't like that song, but that's harsh. And I am not a fan of the Beatles. Oh, it's $1,500 for the DJ, Sarah. Our whole wedding was probably in the $30K range. Something little. The venue itself was like, you pay to rent a venue, then you pay for the food. Then, because I accept nothing less, and to be fair, my parents accept nothing less, full open bar all night. Sometimes this can cut some price down if you either just have it open for a limited amount of time, if you just have beer and wine, or if you have cash bar. You have to pay for everything. People had to pay for nothing at my wedding. Then you have to do the DJ, photographer. Some people count the price of the wedding rings and the engagement rings in it, which would add about 10 grand. I'm forgetting something. I mean, we had to pay for our hotel rooms, but that's negligible compared to everything else. What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something. We didn't have to pay our officiant because it was a good friend who did it as his wedding gift. But you might have to do that otherwise. Some people might have to pay. Yeah, I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, tuxedo rentals, wedding dress for her. And then the dessert, because that's separate from the food. I mean, if you say every foot is ugly, I won't argue with you. If you were to come to the courtroom and say every foot is ugly, I would say, Your Honor, we will stipulate to these facts. It would be a non-issue to me. Sasquatch feet generally only apply to bigger or hairy or big and hairy feet, though, right? I mean, some males have smaller, non-hairy feet. They still look bad, but... Anti-feet. No feets for anyone! That's because when Scarlett said it, she said it in the plurals. Well, adding the S is like a fake plural, I should say. I mean, I could always remove it. I could always clip it and make it a separate video. Ooh, them nuggies. Them nuggies sound good. Did I? I thought I praised her feet dress. It's possible my views have evolved since last year, and I just don't even remember it. Blue submarine, green, purple, red. 1, 2, 3. It's all bad. So they do have a cutoff time, but our wedding ended before that cutoff time. So we didn't really have to worry about that. Then it's more on the venue to not overserve people. My wife plays. If my wife came on stream, she'd play one of two things. Probably one of two things. Maybe there's something else in there that I'm not thinking of. Actually, no, there would be something else that she would do. She'd either play Crash 3, because that's her favorite game. She'd play A Bug's Life for the PS1, because that's her second favorite game. I guess she'd probably play Crash Bash as well. It's like a $300 game. She just happens to have it. Or she would... I'm pretty sure she would also be interested in playing any of the other Supermassive games beyond Until Dawn, because she really liked Until Dawn. So anything like that, I think she'd be willing to play too. Well, I mean, we can't cut feet off because then we're all fucked. Actually, I don't have hairy feet at all, and I think it's actually kind of weird. They don't look good. They don't look good. I'm not trying to say but like, my parents have always said this is weird. Like, see, this is my foot. So the hair just like stops, like right here on the ankle, and then it's just like 99% bald all the way down. I have like a strand right here and a couple strands on the toes. But other than that, it's just, but it does look weird. It looks like I got that part waxed or something. So I don't even think that looks good. I think it looks more weird than anything. Hands are nice. I don't mind hands. A poll on YouTube? A poll of what? What did I forget about that we talked about already? Yeah, I mean, feet have a function. I agree with Bell. They have a function. We need them. They just look ugly. Not safe for work, but it is almost fucking 1 a.m., so I'm gonna talk about it anyways. Safe for me, and one reason that I personally am pretty far over on one side of the spectrum. To me, dicks look ugly. Dicks are awful. Doesn't matter what kind of dick you have. It doesn't look good. Those things are they're just fucking floppy, overly skinned. You got the hair there too, and they don't look good. They look awful. I think it was Joe Coy who had the really funny bit about when God created penises versus when God created vaginas. And he's like, created dicks is just like, oh, we have this extra material we just have to throw on there. It's just like, oh, that's fine. But then with the fucking vagina, he's like, oh yeah, that's wonderful. Like he's like some like amazing sculptor or something when that was put together. And I'm just like, I could think a male's attractive. Very attractive, in fact. And I'm like, would I ever have sex with them? And I think, no, because I'd probably have to see their dick. And I do not want to see their dick. If they had no dick, maybe. No, I've shown my feet to the sun. I go barefoot out in my backyard a lot. Coy was hilarious. Does he like... I haven't seen anything from him in a long time. Were your toenails... Is there any way that you could like get them back to normal, or would it have to go through... be like some painful process of removing them? Because that would suck. I'm sure girls' perspective on dicks are different. It would make sense to me if a girl had the exact, who was like, again, I've talked about this. To me, I forget, somebody here told me what the word for it was. But in terms of, to me at least, like, sexuality is a spectrum. I don't think there are very many people that are either completely, homosexual, or I guess if you want to consider the middle, like, what would that be, pan, or just whatever. What's that? If you pan is you have sex with anything that's attractive, right? Anyways, that's what I mean, like anything, whatever. Only one gender versus only the same gender versus only the opposite gender. I don't think very many people are on either ends of these. These are the extreme ends. I do think people can be very much on one side or the other. And so it wouldn't surprise me if women who are like on around where I would be to have the exact opposite view that I have in terms of dicks versus vaginas. Like the guy who did the practical effects in the thing. Okay, but is pan anything including like non-human? That I have not had clarification on that. Or does it just mean like anything that's human, it doesn't matter what you are. If you're hot, I will do you. Yeah, I don't know. Are they the same thing? I honestly don't know. So then what's omnisexual? I think I would be pan if I didn't find dicks to be absolutely disgusting. Because there are plenty of dudes out there that are really good looking guys. They're super attractive. And yet the thought of sex just will never enter my mind because I'm like, you have a dick. That's a deal breaker for me. Okay, so it is people. Okay, that's what I was curious about. Aren't genitals part of the aesthetic though? I get what you're saying. You mean like it doesn't matter what kind of genitalia you have. It's a matter of attractiveness. And what that implies is that you could find that genitalia to be attractive. Whereas that's really the difference. To me, genitalia is part of the attractiveness, and that's a huge knock against any guy. So, sorry, my guys that might have been interested, beyond the fact that I'm, married. Oh, she might be into that. I've never talked to her about it. But... oh, Omni usually has a... oh, that's interesting. Well, I don't really think about it either that way. I just think about they have this. Do I find that attractive? Yes or no? Like, that's how I look at it, not, putting them into a box. It almost looks like, it's almost like I just take it all separately, but I know what a basic dick looks like. Yeah, I know what basic genitalia looks like, so that's kind of what it is. I don't know. That doesn't really make sense, but I don't know. I'm having a hard time describing it. Yes, it would. Some people will be like, damn it, how did I miss that? Kinsey scale? Is that the spectrum that I was referring to? Just put on a blindfold? Yeah, but if any part of their dick were to come into contact me, that's just whatever attraction I might have had goes away because I know it's a dick. Dicks are very, you can tell it's a dick. I've said dick way too many times in this stream. Yeah, and I try to be sensitive to that I don't try to lump them together because I know people are very sensitive to like what their specific what they specifically identify with. That's why I try to make sure I know what I'm talking about before I actually comment on it, because I don't want to mistake one for another. Yes, Inquisitor. So like the gender doesn't matter then. It's, do they have a penis? Yes. Then no. Hi, Parody is Parody. Yeah, I don't remember how we got into this conversation, but I haven't even been drinking. Maybe I should be. Yeah, and I mean, like I said, you could be very much so on one side of the coin than the other, but there's, I think for 99% of people, there's somebody out there. There's someone out there where you're looking at them and they're like, that's a guy, but holy shit, that guy's hot. It's just, yeah, it's a spectrum thing. But you, based on where you are in the spectrum, you will identify more with those people that are also at that area of the spectrum, right? Which makes sense. I mean, that's part of it though, right? When you're so young, it is discovering. Because you just don't know. I would say if you're past the discovery phase, you almost know, right? Then it's just a matter of answering the question. But before you get to that point, I think you have to go through a discovery phase. Hey, you guys make whatever fan art you guys want to make. I'm just saying, it's only accurate to real life if I'm like looking away from the penis. Yeah. I need to look more into that because I based on what I know of that theory, I am in agreement entirely. I mean, I could see that, Belle. Especially I think that can be, like, if that's just how you feel, because that's just how it naturally is, that's fine. I think that can be a problem with households that overly controlled the idea of sexuality to the point where that's where they wanted their children to believe growing up. So now the children are just, they can't even really think of it without like blushing super hard because they were taught that it's, you know, you shouldn't want sex. I don't want you to have sex ever. You know, that sort of thing. Who? Are you talking about me, Light? Talking about myself? I mean, I think that's natural, Tom. Like, you're close to age to me, and when we grew up, many of us were taught Hey, Jake, thank you for the re-up, my dude. Much appreciated. Welcome back to the student body. We were taught, I feel like a lot of us were taught growing up that we had a certain way we had to live, and if we strayed from that, then there must be something wrong with us. And I don't even mean just to put this on like parents, because my parents were actually I think they were very good with not being like that. But depending on the culture that you grew up around could just reinforce that too, just other kids, you know? It was a bad thing, seen as a bad thing to be gay when I was in middle school. Quite frankly, it was bad to be anything other than what the people that were popular were because you'd get made fun of. Wasn't just gay people getting called out. Are you smart? Fuck you. You suck. Like, I see. Religious, yep. That's a pretty common occurrence, unfortunately. I mean, I wouldn't really consider myself, I mean, maybe, I don't know, I guess. But yeah. Okay. That was a lot of sex talks. If you guys want to bring up something else to talk about now, by all means, feel free. I am going to get some squirt. Could have picked a better beverage to announce that I was going to get there. Want to sit in the chair? I'm gone. I really wish I could get her to sit in the chair and just look at the camera while I was gone. So, unfortunately for this centipede, I have discovered him, and now, tragically, he must meet his end. Feel free to type your J's in chat in honor of the fallen Pede. barbecue pizza. I think what has a lot to do with the tastiness of barbecue pizza is what meat you're using. Like, I don't think barbecue goes well with pepperoni at all. Chicken, though, I think works a lot better with. Tom with the comment of the night. The most factually correct thing you have read in chat tonight is Tom's comment. Wait. Right there. That one. Anchovy, is there an anchovy pizza though? Isn't that just like something you can get like on anything? Or is there like a specific type of anchovy pizza? Anchovies are really salty. Oh yeah, pineapple's sweetness and alcohol is fantastic. Sweetness and fucking cheese and meat and marinara sauce? No. Ooh, that's still strong. Oh, well. C'est la vie. Addicted to anchovy pizza? Well, that's fine. I just hope you brush your teeth after every serving. Anchovies make your fucking breath smell terrible. Actually, I think the centipede was already dead. So can I be put on trial for stomping on a being that has already been murdered? I am also a big fan of peppers on pizza. Although that also begs the question of who the fuck killed that thing and left it on the wall? And how did they kill it? Because when I kill a centipede, it does not get stuck to the wall. I kill it with such force that it gets stuck to the bottom of the shoe and it will always come off onto the shoe. And in fact, that dead one that was already stuck against the wall did the same thing. Because then I can go to the garbage with my shoe and just tap it out. Just get it in there. Somebody killed it just enough to squish it, but not enough to like get it to stick to the implement of its destruction. Okay. You love dicks. Oh my god. Man, if dicks taste like anchovies, that's some heavily salted skin. It was, yeah, greenish yellow. It's kind of dark, but I think that's what you would say it was. It was like, it also had like a dark like area around it too. In fact, initially I couldn't tell what it was because you didn't see the outline of the bug. You saw the outline of the, just kind of the spot or whatever. And that is one reason I do not like Papa John's pizza. I do not like sweet pizza sauce. One of the most popular local chains in my area, and Tone will tell you it's the best pizza in the city. I think is horrendously overrated. And it's 100% because it's sauce. Their sauce is way too sweet. Their crust is good. Their cheese, their other toppings are great. But that sauce, if your sauce is bad, you can really ruin a good pizza. All right, later, easy. Not centipede pizza. No. That is a hard 180. I approve. That's because the Danganronpa fandom in general, this doesn't apply to everybody, but in general, thinks that they are the smartest people in the world. And so they like to do all these little subtle things. The problem is that they're not subtle. They're very obvious. It's very obvious to see which way they're going. None of them are as smart as they think they are. Either that, or they just think everybody around them is incredibly stupid, and they're also wrong about that. The Ace Attorney crowd does not have this problem, and I don't know what the difference between the two really is, but I have not ran into that nearly as much. When I see Ace Attorney spoilers, they're more overt, and they're like, oh shit, yeah, sorry, I shouldn't be talking about that. They're just talking about, like, characters or something like that. There aren't people like, oh, so about that, huh? Yeah, Weird how they did this. That sure was cool. Would stomping out to be interfering with the evidence? Oh, maybe. There is another murder on the loose. It's my wife. And she's not even around to get her. We'll have to wait until she gets... we'll have to wait until she gets back. She cannot get any wind of this impending arrest. Okay? Our secret. I hear you love dicks. Corn on pizza seems like it would be good. I've never had it myself, but it seems like the flavor. I like corn a lot, though. That could just be my bias. Yeah, I agree. I agree, guy. That sauce is bad. Yeah, it was a really big thing around here. There's a chain called Ian's that started in Madison, Wisconsin, which for those that don't know, Madison, Wisconsin is the biggest college party town in the United States. It houses UW-Madison, just consistently ranked the best party college. You okay? What is it? Around here. Around here. He's feeling an attention hole. Well, I'm giving her the same amount of attention I normally give her. My wife is not around to give her any attention. That could be. It's just not as narrative driven when you're talking about like the narrative being life and death. Cinnamon pizza, that sounds good. I've always thought that'd be a really cool part of a job at a restaurant. Like, all right, we need you to experiment, try our experimental concoctions here. The narrative itself can be bad, and the characters can still be really good. You can characterize your creations very well and still tell a dog shit story. I won't say that Danganronpa is horribly written. I don't think it's well written. But I will tell you that there are many other significantly worse written things out there for me to think that Danganronpa is horribly written. I think that person's perspective might be off slightly. In terms of what they, like, what's average to them. All right, later, Nick. Take it easy, dude. Oh my. Now I'm curious. I'm very interested in said rabbit hole. Man, now I kind of want to get Cinesticks and toppers just to have some dessert, and I shouldn't, because I have this. It's just not a cinnamon stick pizza. I mean, that makes sense. If you like your skin, well, it's not exactly the same type of skin, right? But you like your skin when it's like clean. It shouldn't really taste like anything other than maybe sort of like soap, right? Oh yeah, well that's the thing. If you're, people can be more into the narrative and people can be more into the characters. If you're more into characterization and development, then it doesn't matter all that much. Like, it matters some, but not a ton, that Danganronpa isn't the best written thing ever. You can still really enjoy it. Hell, Phoenix Wright isn't really well written. I don't like the games because they tell the most amazing stories I've ever read or played. I like the characters. Although I do think Phoenix Wright is written better than Danganronpa, within its own universe, at least. Yo, Maxim, what's up, dude? I mean, I was talking about Game Grumps earlier being one of the big reasons I got inspired. So like, just to take from what you're saying about like rough times in life, there are two content creators that I will forever love, no matter how shitty their content becomes, or how shitty they end up like treating their fans. In terms of like the content that I enjoyed, I'm always gonna love that content, and I'm not gonna let like my mind won't let other stuff interfere with my enjoyment. Now, is that right? No, I don't think so, but it's just the way it is. Game Grumps, their stuff could completely go off the rails. That stuff with Danny could have been true, and I probably would still have loved everything that I saw, you know, back then when I was going through my rough times. Even though we all knew that was all horse shit, right? Second, it's Spoonie. Spoonie is a bigger, like, issue here because he fell from grace hard. But god damn, his shit was funny. And got me through some depressing times in the late aughts. I don't even remember the last time he's actually made anything. Final Fantasy 13 review was like, what, 2012? Mario teaches typing, and Mario's Time Machine, and Mario is missing. I will say this about Ultra Despair Girls. That game blew my expectations away in both good and bad ways. Holy shit. That was an experience, to be sure. Do you use like a wrist brace, Tal? Would that help if you don't? Yeah. Dude, how can you be working your job and drunk and be a delivery driver? All that's bad. Like, what can you get a worse combination than that? So, the people that are still paying him monthly, it's not that they're paying him to do nothing. They're paying him retroactively for stuff he has done to help them in the past, and that's how appreciative they are. He could make nothing else for the rest of their life, and they still feel like they owe him something. So I wouldn't really call it, you're not paying somebody to do nothing. You know they're probably gonna do nothing, but you're doing it because of something they had done. What makes a good plot twist? There has to be 2 elements to a good plot twist that I did not see coming. Three elements. 1, I can't have seen it coming. 2, for it to be a good plot twist at least. It could still be something good, but all too predictable. It just wouldn't be a good plot twist then. It's just a good part of the story. Can't have seen it coming. There is logic behind it, so it can't just be we did this just because. The characters that it involved have to be consequential. If they're not consequential, then who fucking cares? I haven't looked at them yet. All I can tell you is that the like box art looks cool. No, though I will say I have not been called that since my ex-girlfriend in 2009. That's nostalgic. See, I actually think some of the trials themselves are fine, at least within the way they're like structured in universe. The problem is when the really dumb stuff happens and it's like they like will not get off of that hill. Like, oh my god, they're gonna rebut you. Oh, how are they gonna rebut me? You're stupid. You're so stupid. And I'm sitting there like apparently getting hurt. And because he called me stupid, they're gonna condemn me for the murder. Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. That's stupid. That's stupid. I would love to get whoever made that decision in this room right now to tell them what an idiotic decision that was. At worst, or I should say at absolute best, just because they say I'm stupid doesn't mean I should be the one who was found guilty. They should just say, and this person was, you know, and he was let off or whatever. He was found to be not guilty. And then everybody died. In that situation. Or just say they chose the wrong person. So that you can get around like, well, then you could like cheese it by figuring out who it is by like losing early and this would be the response. You say you chose the wrong person. To say that Makoto died because he lost an argument in which the other person was just calling him stupid is beyond nonsensical. That is some of the laziest goddamn writing I have ever seen. But from a canon perspective, that's not what really happens, right? So we don't hold it against them too much. It's just that whoever thought that was a good idea made a really bad decision. Hello, Colleen. I am your ex-girlfriend. That is a fucking plot twist. Are you a 5'2"? How old would she be now? She was only a year older, a year younger than me, I think. Are you a 5'2", 33-year-old Latina? Because if so, then yes, you might be my ex-girlfriend. Exactly. Somebody called you stupid. You're done. You're being executed now. If I could relive my high school years, would I? No. So, my answer to that question in general would be no, because I'm happy with where I am now, and if I went back and changed anything, I could be infinitely unhappier. It's like, I'm not with my wife. That's like a big thing. I could, like, anything I could slightly change for the better, suddenly I meet my wife and get married to her. For all I know, there's an alternate reality where I got married to Scarlett Johansson or Jessica Alba. And I might be unhappier then than I am right now. You know? So anything that I would change in the past would be things that I know for a fact would not have changed my ultimate disposition here. Not every single action that's ever happened, but my ultimate disposition with my wife. What, Eskimo Brothers? Or is it because I said Latina? Six foot, you would be by far the tallest person I would have ever dated. My wife's the tallest person I've ever dated, and she's 5'7". I've dated mostly shorter girls. I don't know why. I don't dislike taller girls. It's just that always seemed to happen for some reason. One mission of what? GMP? What are you playing? I think Sayaka would have been found out eventually. I don't think Sayaka was good enough. Her deception, I don't think, would have been good enough to get everybody. I think Kyoko would have seen through her shit. Then it's just a matter of would Kyoko have been good enough to convince everyone else. Sayaka's so interesting. Like, despite what she was going to do to you, I think you're still supposed to like her character. Because even still by the anime, they're still showing her and Makoto together. Like, yeah, she wasn't really a bad person. She just kind of snapped and went crazy. Which I generally agree with, but I also completely understand if somebody's like, nah, dude, she's a complete bitch. Fuck her. Oh, Phantom Pain. Zara and KY were having a convo about Phantom Pain today in the Discord. Tallest person you ever dated was 0 feet. You've dated somebody sometime. Actually, I don't know how old you are, so maybe not. Yeah, RNG is really dumb in that situation because you know what you're supposed to do, they just don't give you the letter. That's not good gameplay, like at all. For a game where you're supposed to use logic to figure things out. You're gonna have RNG in it? Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. That's one thing that Phoenix Wright does well 100%. There is no fucking RNG. If you figure it out, you figure it out. I forgot what it was now. His white jacket, or like light gray or whatever it was. I thought his clothes were cool. I'd rock what Leon rocked. Well, I will say this. After the anime, and Aoi is bumped up to S class. I bumped her down to A because of the whole, she was so upset she wanted everyone to die. Like, selfishly. Like, Hiro? I get it. I'd want Hiro to die too. But like Makoto and Kyoko, you're not thinking straight there. That's really self-centered. But the anime bumped her back up to S, which is where she would have remained had she never done that in the game. It did seem interesting, but I only thought it seemed interesting in that we knew that it would be odd for her to be friends with Makoto. Not necessarily because she herself came off as too fake. It's just like, why is she talking to him? That's how I saw it, at least. Hello there, Lugia. Later, Parody, take it easy. That's true. There's flawed logic in a judge. Terrible judge, but no RNG. Oh, God. You know, Maxim, I had actually forgotten about that really, really, really stupid plot point. Thank you for making me remember that and that it existed. I feel great now. Thank you. That just brightened my day. MGS4 is great. MGS4 was the first one I tried to like do. I liked it so much that I actually tried to do it with all like the ridiculous challenges, like no killing anybody and stuff like that, so I could get all the extra shit. I didn't do that with any of the other prior games. But if MGS4 has a flaw, it's that it's a movie that's also a video game. Just those cutscenes were... Even I was like, dude, okay, come on now. Let's move on to the game. Yeah, I didn't think she was gonna die right away. I thought she was gonna be like a gut-wrench kill later on, as opposed to immediately. That was well done. I just think it would have been better if they had stuck to their original script and killed Hiro. Mostly just because Hiro's a piece of shit character and Sayaka isn't. Oh yeah, for sure. I like Larry in some parts. Just other parts I don't like him. But that's more than I can say about Hiro, who I never like. JB hasn't been around to tell me that you guys deserve creds. It's because he's on vacation. He's on vacation. He's like, oh, I'm like, dude, just enjoy your vacation, man. He's like, dude, no, I'm getting my hours up. Okay, let's see if I can get this working. Now this is a renewed copy, packaging still, of the Greatest Hits Final Fantasy VII, the original, by Amazon. It's like 200 something bucks. We caught it on sale for 50, and Lightgazer so generously donated the funds to grab this. Now, why do I have this one in particular? Well, for one, my other versions are not reliable to be played anymore. Second reason is that the Greatest Hits version of this game is faster than the original version. It's not just a version where they took the game and they were like, all right, slap a Greatest Hits logo on it. Apparently, something was done to increase the speed of the game. The load times and stuff. So while your Black Label game might be more valuable to your average collector, to your speedrunner, this version is way more valuable. Oh, you know what? Actually, that. Okay, it's working on the CRT. No! No! No, whatever. Capture. Okay, so we can do it this way. Okay, that's not working. Tuner S video. That's fine. That's not how I had planned on doing it anyways. Yeah, I know. This audio capture. Why? Okay, the audio is correct. That's weird. Why is it going in and out? That's weird. Border security issues with Canada. I honestly did not know that was a thing. Okay, let's turn that off for a sec. Live split is just acting weird. Okay, so what we need to do is get this, what I'm going with on this screen. And then you capture this screen onto OBS because it captures it better than just going straight from the console to OBS. And it's spliced between going to the PC and then the CRT. I would not be able to justify paying, especially paying that extra $50. Okay. See, the issue here, I did not realize that Discord empties your inbox at some point. So I cannot find my chat with Timu where he gave me the tutorial on how to properly set this up. Although this reminds me that there was a person named Trilbo Saggins that I had a conversation with, so there's that. I tried searching their name. I didn't see it. Maybe they changed their name. That could be. Here. I'm in a couple servers with them. Just feel weird going back to like, hey, so can you tell me everything you had told me before? I know we haven't talked in for fucking ever. Let's see. It's not online now, unless he did change his name. Let's see. Mealy Golds. Oh, that's weird. Oh, there he is. Oh. He's not even on Discord anymore. Maybe that's why. Oh! Hey guys, I found a way around it. So, fun fact. If you can't find someone in your inbox anymore, but you are in a similar, if you're still in the same server with them somewhere where you can find their name, even if they're not on Discord anymore, right click their name, go to message. And even though you can't actually message them anymore, your old messages will pop up. Okay. Now, where did I put that? Here? No, I don't think it was. No, that's my OBS stuff. It's not in here. Then where did I get it from? Alright, well, how about we all watch a video together? Hey, Tara, take it easy. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know you could fake delete. Yeah, somebody sent that one to me a while ago. Oh God, 47 minutes? Okay. I'm sure this is super helpful.
I'm going to show you an easy way to set up OBS.
But we are not waiting that long.
Retro games.
15:0. Okay, here we go.
We'll go over some Amorex settings. GV-USB 2 is basically the best capture card that you can get.
That's what I have.
$150. And as far as an S-Video capture card, I think it's pretty fantastic. Sorry about the loud game audio there for a moment. So let's go over some Amorex settings. If you're using a GV-USB 2, these are the settings that you will want to use. You will want GV-USB 2 analog capture for the video device, naturally. You'll want to make sure that you're using 720, 480, 2997. GV USB 2 analog capture for the audio device, and you can't do anything here. So for preview,
What analog capture?
there are.
By the way, this is
For preview,
Steven
you
IRL.
want to be,
To give credit to the person who is. All right, let's see here.
for aspect ratio, analog capture for the video you can get for under $50.
Analog capture.
And as far as an S video capture card,
it's
I
this
think
one.
It's pretty fantastic. Sorry about the loud game audio there for a moment.
S video.
So let's go over some Amarok settings. If you're using a GV USB 2, these are the settings that you will want to use. You will want GV USB 2 analog capture for the video device, naturally. You'll want to make sure that you're using 720, 480, 2997. GV USB 2 analog capture for the audio device, and you can't do for aspect ratio 4:3.
All right, let's try this again.
If you're using a GV USB 2, these are the settings that you will want to use. You will want GV USB 2 analog capture for the video device, naturally. You'll want to make sure that you're using 720, 480, 2997. GV USB 2 analog capture for the audio device, and you can't do anything here. So, for preview,
Or 3.
there
Top
are
field first.
for preview,
Underscan.
you will want to be
Retro game.
for aspect ratio 4:3.
Mono disable.
For de-interlacing, it doesn't matter. Just make sure you have either top or bottom field first. You'll notice that changing it doesn't really do anything. For
That's always a good
interlacing
sign.
function, you want to use for retro game. This is a big one too. And then under live, you don't need to do anything, and none of these other menus are of any value, unless you're doing recording through Amarok. I've never successfully gotten recording through Amarok to work, but I'm an idiot, so as a note, here in aspect ratio,
Stellar.
you'll find some people that say not a point is the right thing to use. I prefer 4:3. So we're gonna go with 4:3. So you've got all those set. Yeah, you don't need anything there. You just need to worry about these two screens, the device and preview. So with that set, we've got our game. It's here. Can I get a little more game audio? Actually lost game audio, so.
It is still my favorite Zelda.
There it is. We'll bring the speakers down. Okay. All right. So we've got Amarok now. We've got it captured. Oh, another thing, real quick, in OBS.
Oh, he's a speedrunner.
You want your preview scaling to be at canvas. How do you eliminate the minimal lag from the GV USB 2 over to OBS? You don't. There's always going to be a little bit. That's
Whoa!
just the nature of it. It's maybe.
Oh God, has that been something I've done wrong all this time?
No. But you're always going to have like 10, 20 milliseconds, maybe less. It's usually like 1 or 2 frames.
Which,
lag.
that's fine, because I'm not playing
between-
on the...
Like, I could sit here. You know, I could, if I had to, right, gun to my head, I could play off of OBS. My TV's not on right now. You know,
Man, that's
if
smooth.
I had to, I could come in here.
Okay. So I must be missing something. Let's see here.
We're going to go to our OBS settings. We're going to go to our video tab. And we're going to say 1280 by 720 is our canvas resolution, and we want our output resolution to be the same. And then another thing that you want to do is you want to make sure that you are streaming at 60 frames per second.
Yeah.
Super Nintendos, Nintendo 64s, they output a 240p signal, which is 60 frames per second. You can do 30. If
My right ear is also pleased.
But you will notice certain screen shaking effects won't look correct. So 1280 by 720, 60 frames a second. Another thing that you'll want to set is your bit rate. I stream with a 500 kilobits per second.
Yeah,
bit
because
rate.
you have shit upload speed. I get it. Okay, so I wonder if the issue isn't in any of my settings, but is instead in the cord. Let's see. You guys could see this mess that I'm dealing with here. A lot of stuff. Okay, we know the splicing's working fine. Because I'm getting it fine on the CRT. But I'm not getting it on the PC. Now, why? Why am I not getting it on the PC? Is it? No, it's on. We know it's on because the sound's playing. So there's something with the video preview that's screwed up. Okay. Well, we know it's not the game because it's showing up on the CRT TV fine. Like, I could play this on the CRT TV by itself, and it'd be fine. And so it's not the game. For whatever reason, the... Analog capture, device settings, weave, bob, high motion, composite, S video, video decoder. That's interesting. It's not actually doing anything. Something else weird is happening too.
Hello, I'm here doing another tutorial. This is aimed to clear up some misinformation on capturing retro games, because there was a lot that I dug through trying to figure out how to get it to look its best without spending $350 or whatever on an upscaler. And while that is certainly the best solution, I'm being kind of cheap and I don't want to get to that. So I've tried a lot of different things, and I think this is the best way to do it is in Amarok here. So let me first, let's turn on the game, shall we? And then you can see what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
So I'm using Mega Man X because it uses a lot of those sorts of flickering effects that
just say because it's an amazing game.
Normally you have problems with if you're not running at the right frame rate. So if you don't already know, most old games actually ran at a super low resolution of, I believe it's 320 by 240, and it was progressive. So you would get scan lines, but you would get a smooth 60 frames per second. So if you look down here, that's what I'm getting, is about 60 frames per second. It's not really consistent, which is, I think, some of the reason why some of the other deinterlacing methods I was trying to use were not working so well. So let me show you what I found that works. So we're going to go into our configurations, and we'll come over here and start at the beginning. So you got to select your capture device. I highly recommend you get one that supports S-Video, because it's far better than composite for this. So you can see here what I'm talking about. Most capture cards, you'll run into this problem where they're going to interpret it as a 720 by 480 interlace signal. And it actually says that it's running at the 59.94, about 60 frames per second. And it kind of is, but that's not exactly correct. So I'm going to show you. And if you go to so this program is Amarok TV, and if you go to their website, which is mostly in Japanese and hard to understand, he actually says to use the 720 by 240p mode, which is not one of the default things. So I have this set to single resolution output, and if you come here in a second, normally with a single resolution, this is all I get, is I get to choose different frame rates, different color spaces. And if I was not doing that, I would not get that option. I don't have to worry so much about those, but the main point of the story is here. You select your input, and you can see why this is a problem. Is it's trying to read it as interlaced.
Oh, because it's not. I see.
We need to fix that. So first thing is, as you can see here, I do not have a 240 option anywhere. That's because it is not reading it as 240, but I'm getting pretty good video over here, as you can see. So why is that? That's because we need to come over here. So you'll see there's a couple other options here. If I hit not a point, it's gonna change it to this 720 sort of thing. 4x3 I think tends to be the sharpest, because it was actually intended to be run at the 640 by 480, not at the 720 by 480. So I suggest leaving it there, or rather setting it to that rather than not a point. And you'll get the sharpest picture.
It doesn't do anything.
This is just going to change whether we have overscan or underscan. I usually leave it on underscan. It'll get a little bit of these black bars. Stop flashing at me. It'll get a little bit of this blackness around the borders, but I would rather have that than cut something off. So I'm not super worried about that. This is the important section.
All right, later, belt.
So we need to set on the deinterlacing, and you'll notice something here. When I selected a thing here, I did not select.
It depends on what the word is means. Depends on what you think the meaning of the word is. What a fucking legend he was for that shit. Okay, hold on. Let's try something. Let's try something different. Amrec TV black screen. Wait a second. Wait a second. I just remembered something. Is it because it and OBS are fighting with each other? Because it doesn't work on here either. Which should not be the case. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Okay. Sometimes OBS gets weird when you're trying to, like, use capture cards while with a different app while then using OBS. I don't think that's gonna do anything. Live. Mic. How would I know if I do or do not have it enabled? That's audio. That's not the video. Oh. God. What the hell? Fucking broke ass tab. Why? I'm not telling you to make a new Google. Thank you. Black screen. Yes, that is what I want. Yeah, this is why we don't use it directly with OBS. But I wonder... Let's see. Let's get rid of this real quick. What happens when I do this? I'm gonna do this. Oh, it's still black. Oh, doesn't work there either. That's strange. Because, yeah, the issue is that... Oh, God. There we go. Sleepies. If it's just Amarek, then it should still be working fine with OBS. But it's not. Something has to be wrong with the way the PC is taking in the video in general. Oh, cats definitely own the owner. That's why I like them. Good for them. They can do that to me. Make sure my dog's not around. No, actually, the biggest reason I'm a cat person over a dog person is I'm allergic to dogs. One of the concessions that I made when I was going through that whole re-courtship process was telling my wife we could get a dog. And I'm allergic to dogs. So I gotta run live setup. I could try that. Try doing it the live way. Let's see. Live setup. Here we go. Oh my. Look at this. Look at this beauty. Woo! I can't read any of that. Does anybody else speak gibberish? That might be able to help? No? No one else speaking gibberish? Be great. Super helpful. Well, based on my years of using computers, I'm assuming I'm supposed to press this. Then this. And then this. Oh, God. Option push. Alright, now let's give this a try. Let's see if we can do the live output thing. That might be able to help. Might help the situation. Output. Still can't find the signal. So this isn't an issue of it found it and just can't show it. It can't find it in the first place. Oh, these two snarks. Oh, great. My suggestion worked. Read reply better. Problem isn't solved yet. Only got picture bag. There's no config thing. Ouch. Read reply better. Okay, well, good luck to you then if you're going to be snappy with me. You said it worked. Config could be many other things. When people are going out of their way to try and solve your problem, my friend, being condescending is not the way to say thanks. Hope you can figure it out. But yeah. Pro tip. Somebody trying to help you out. If you're having trouble communicating, don't be like, oh, I already did this, fuckface. Idiot judgeanese. Aaron does speak his own language. What solution did you find? Never posts. Fucking ugh. Oh my god. If this is the fucking case, I can't even test it. Perhaps that's all it is. Perhaps that's all it is. But if that's the case, holy shit, that's annoying. How finicky does that shit have to be? You opened OBS before Amric, which doesn't work. You have to have Amric open before launching OBS. Fine. You know what? All right. We'll move away from Amric for a bit. How about instead we just get the scene set up for next time. Let's see here. KY, Tone, Carmello are the other three. KY, Tone. Oh, excuse me. CarmelloVision. Do I have the proper... Should have the... Yeah, here it is. There we go. Almost. That's not the one. Yo, what's up, Jan? Was it even 1 hour of productivity? I guess if I found out that I can't open OBS first, that is productive, just in a very disappointing fashion. Okay, so we can't do anything with the picture yet, but I can get the template set up for live split, even if I don't have the Yes, update live split. Why is this something that we keep running into? Alright, so this layout has to be different. Layout settings. Can't have a background. I have to chroma key it. I had it at like purple last time. I'm not even sure if that's correct though. Let's make it green. That. Oh god, that's gonna look gross. Just bear with me. Okay, the actual setting here doesn't matter yet. I need to get that a filter, add chroma key. Oh, hey, that looks pretty good. Oh, that's right. I actually edit that out here. Like that. There we go. There we go. I need to change the change the font, but that's pretty good. Yeah, this is something that I've done it before, but I didn't realize how it really worked until recently, because I'm dumb. Okay, where do I... Okay, yeah. FF7 layout. Just give you an idea of what it'll look like. Stuff at the bottom I'll take care of later. I guess they get carried by the other frog. Ads in 3.
One of the other frogs.
Stream the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games on NBC Universal with YouTube TV.
Seeing it's all nice and well and already done for me. So that's how it looks when we're ready. Sick track alert. Sick unique track. The only place you'll hear this. Wish I could remember which. If I did that, I think I did that one on Amarek. Oh, I need the logo. I don't have the logo. This is a slow run, by the way. My PB for this game is on the PS4 version, and it's 8:37. My PB for the original version is only 9. It's whatever I get at the end of this one. I didn't mean to do this. I forget that you don't actually have to do this. You can just go around him. That was a waste of like 10 seconds. Is that how far I had it? Let's see. Look at that. Look at that! It's like it's not even changing. I just need to change the actual splits. I just started drinking the Monster. If they did that, though, they would have had to have changed, like, the premise on how to get the black materia, which I guess they could have done. Since it Thank you for feigning is the black materia, amusement, Inquisitor. Slow clap turning into fast clap. I'll go to the floor. How do you leave? There's like no stairway to get out. You just go back to that point and you'll teleport? I started humming it at the exact same time. I'm a fucking nerd, man. Oh my god, I'm such a fucking nerd. I have all the limits I need. No joke though. Like, this is actually a really good example. This might seem obvious to some people, I don't know. But when I go back and I'm editing the VOD cuts for Phoenix Wright, which I'm gonna actually start working on episode 20 today for Justice for All, I'll hear things and I'll have thoughts and I'm like, oh, why didn't I think this? And then I say it and I'm like, oh, I did think that. Duh. Fucking duh. Like, why did I always think I didn't actually consider what it was that I was thinking about. Okay. So this is good to go. Now I just need to figure out the Amarek problem and then set up my splits, which the splits is just a matter of copying what I did on this run, which is just a bunch of typing. Otherwise it looks good. I think we all just are more like confident in our own actions than we think we are. So like, given the chance to replicate something, we will do it a lot more dead on than we might assume we would. Because we always like to think like, oh yeah, I'd go back and make things better, right? Well, what if I really thought from the beginning that that was the right thing to do? I'm like, oh, this is right. Oh. Yeah, so the typing thing is going to be boring, so I'll just do that off screen. I can't do anything with the Amarek now. Is there anything else I could do? I could make next month's calendar. Maybe. Or I could just adjourn for the evening. Could do that too. For those that are still here and did not see, I'm going to be posting this, so don't worry if it goes away and you're like, but I want to see it later on screen. This is the schedule for next month. Where did I put that? It was under here. Calendars. This is next month's calendar. You'll notice we're doing something a little different than usual. Just a tad different. We are actually going to be starting and running, so we'll have V3 going, but we'll start Prosecutor's Path on after only stream 4 of V3. We will be running Prosecutor's Path and V3 simultaneously. It's the first time I've ever done that, so we'll see if that ends up being a mistake, but I really don't want to start Prosecutor's Path too far after the 27th and 28th release day of Chronicles, but I don't want to do it on those days because people are just going to be like, that's all I'm doing for the day. But towards the weekend, yeah. August 2nd? Jesus Christ, yeah, that's really early. The earliest we ever went back, I think one year we went back on like the 24th or 5th, but normally it wasn't until September. Although I know people that do like the all year round school system will go back earlier than that, which makes sense, but we didn't have an all year system. We had your summer was yours. So I might try doing this tomorrow on Twitch and just switch these two streams around. It depends on what time the Bucks game ends and how I'm feeling. If it ends early enough and I'm feeling good and I think we can go a whole 9 hours, then we'll do it. Otherwise, I'll have to try it again on a different night. Maybe on the 16th there. No, I can't do it on the 16th because I'm gonna be leaving on the 17th. That's, yeah. Ugh. July kind of sucks. Like I'm kind of locked into what days I can do. The 17th and 18th, I'm gonna be gone. I could stream on the 18th, but I will be very hungover. 20th, I have a game that I'm going to, so I'll be able to do that. Genshin, that 21st is going to stay the same because that's version 2.0 release date. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'm also, quite frankly, trying the Prosecutor's Path and V3 simultaneously to see what that does for the YouTube algorithm. Because we have really fallen off in terms of new people that are coming around. Let me show you guys something. Now, this could just be a summer thing. It could just be a summer thing, and it might not be anything to worry about. But I would like to see if I can do anything to fix this. So we have our analytics. I'm gonna show you guys something that's like ever since the start of summer. We started playing Investigations 2. I think I want engagement? No. Is it audience? Okay, yeah, here we go. All right, so it's popped up a little bit recently here. But new viewers versus returning viewers. It makes sense that it's been down because we haven't been doing any Phoenix Wright stuff recently, right? The problem is, let's go back 90 days. So we had this little, we were starting to come up in April. And then we hit this huge spike of new viewers. Right here. And then something caused it to plummet. Now, you might think, okay, maybe it's because that's when Investigations 1 stopped, right? But it didn't stop until, like, here, I think. Like, right around here was the end of Investigations 1. And then this is why this has been lowered. So, like, what happened with YouTube that we suddenly got this outreach to so many more new people, which led to a really big sub boost during that time? Wait, look at that. Getting like 20 something a day. That's crazy for us. And now it's like, again, we've been getting up a little bit here, which is nice, but like this bump directly, you know, now you could say part of it is just, well, a lot of the new viewers subbed, thus there are fewer new viewers to come and watch you. But this tells me that there are still an audience that we can get to that we haven't yet. The fact that this spike happened in the first place. And I think it has something to do with YouTube's algorithm, and I'm wondering if we could do something to help improve that. So that's why we're going to try something a little different. Which is interesting. So, like, I start Investigations around this time, because it is around the time that I started. And so suddenly, the entirety of the Apollo Justice playthrough, which happened back here, like even before this, gets recommended, starts getting recommended, and then there's this huge bump. So then I guess, because you're not the first one to say that, so maybe there is something to that. But then why only the Apollo Justice videos getting recommended to cause that bump? The Investigations videos don't seem to have that same, like, you're gonna get recommended. And maybe it's because Apollo Justice is just more popular, but I don't really know. But yeah, it's interesting. It's not something I'm like upset about or anything, because like, you're a YouTube channel, you go through your ebbs and flows. I completely understand. But like, when you are a creator and you do want the channel to grow bigger, you wonder what you can do to like recapture that. It's possible that playing V3 and Prosecutor's Path won't do anything for the algorithm, but maybe it will. And I don't think I'll have a problem playing both simultaneously, because I've already pushed back V3 longer than I wanted to. So yeah, I mean, it could just be that Apollo Justice it's just because Apollo Justice is more popular than I mean, Investigations, it's a spin-off game, you know, it's for the DS. For the Apollo Justice is a main entry. It's a little different there. New character, you know. I guess what's a little interesting, though, do they have... Now, this is something else I'm considering. So you see this? Most of my viewers, and this probably isn't surprising, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's when most people are watching. I'm considering if we start to get enough viewership to moving my streams during that time, because I think more people would be able to watch then. But right now, this is taken up by work. But if there would be a justifiable reason to reorient my schedule a little bit, you know. But what was I gonna... The videos... Oh. Okay, see, that's top videos. Where is... I'm trying to find the, like, what videos people get recommended. Traffic source, playlists, YouTube search. Suggested videos, but which... Like, I think this used to be higher. Because if Apollo Justice was getting recommended... Apollo Justice isn't even on, like, this list, and a bunch, like, the 4 out of the 5 here are my own videos. It's good that I get connected to this video, though, because I think this video has like 3 million views or something like that. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Is that the video everyone was watching when they around this time when they found the channel? Because just that video alone seemed to have caused that spike. Like, that's how popular that video was. That it, like, trickled down to us. Which I have no problem doing. Hey, all of you other lawyers out there, you become great successes, so more audience trickles down to me. And then you realize that ultimately I'm the better entertainer and people stay for me. But I'm not gonna hate on you guys for getting popular. You guys, you do your thing. You blow up huge. Just get them people sent over here when they're recommended. I've had that video recommended too, but it looks like that would make sense because that video alone was sending a ton of traffic our way. I mean, like, my biggest problem with, like he's a TikToker, right? Like, I hate this. I hate this aesthetic so much. I get what, don't get me wrong. I don't have the TikTok app on my phone, but when people send me TikToks, I watch them, and some of them can be quite hilarious. But I can't imagine doing anything with video games on them. It's all too short. Like, it's way too short. But maybe that's what people want. And maybe I'm the dinosaur. Fuck me. Okay.
Immediate death. We have him. We have him.
We have him. Little does he know.
Easy, chat. Easy.
Overconfidence.
What now? The day after. We got it the next day.
I gotta drag it out. Point to my...
Outdated! What do you mean it's outdated? They can't just do that! They're not gonna tell us until trial? What kind of kangaroo court is this?
Oh, you fool! You fool! Didn't realize that this is the most kangarooist of courts. No, I don't think my reaction was as strong, but I do remember being like, no. Mm-mm. It's not. It's not a real thing. Judge is gonna not allow this, right? That would be asinine. Why would that happen? Why would we be going off of a preliminary report knowing, very well knowing that it could change? Why was it not labeled a preliminary report? Then at least we know, oh, it could be subject to change. Instead, it's just, oh, we got an updated one. What do you mean we got an updated autopsy report? And you're just telling me not just that you're waiting until trial, you are literally waiting until court is in session. You didn't even have the decency to give it to me before the hearing started. Which is what you would be like expected to do in that situation. Too optimistic for Ace Attorney. Yeah, I know my shit got fucking, my face got thrown into the dirt really early. And I was like, oh dear. I should not expect anything to go smoothly. I thought it was... No, an answer popped in my mind, but now that I started thinking about it, I'm like, I don't remember. That's funny though. It's even like, if I had watched this before playing the game, it would be kind of funny, but it wouldn't be nearly as funny as a lawyer who, maybe I should do that. Do you think I could get away with doing that? There's like some copyright issues there. But it's also kind of self-defeating if you claim a copyright on somebody critiquing your Let's Play as you are critiquing a game that you are playing. It's a little self-defeating to claim that. But I wonder if I could do like a real lawyer reacts to real lawyers playing Ace Attorney. That might be funny. Like, oh, you silly bastard. You had no idea. That's it. You guys do me a favor. I'm gonna file it. File it in the old cabinet there. But sometimes files can get lost in the cabinet. So if you guys just make a note that it's in the cabinet at some point, you want to bring it up later if I haven't done anything on it. It might be because I forgot, but I want to explore this. That might be a fun idea. I really like, I can really appreciate that Capcom runs with that sort of stuff instead of being a fucking stick in the mud about it like Nintendo does. Capcom's just like, you want a meme? Let's meme, bruh! Kind of like Sega. Sega likes to meme itself, especially with Sonic. But yeah, I think I'll take care of the rest of the live split stuff off screen, since again that's gonna be really boring. Get the rest of the scene taken care of. Seems like the video problem is the fact that I just had OBS open first and I can't actually configure it after the fact. Kind of sucks, but whatever. If that's the only problem, I can live with it. So, wait, where was the, again, I'm gonna post this as a, community post when I'm done here, so you'll get to see it again, but next stream will be tomorrow. It just depends on how early the Bucks game gets done. Will I be able to speedrun Final Fantasy 7, or will I be playing more Integrate? And then Thursday, not Thursday, I can read. Tuesday, we start V3. Lawyer reacts to lawyer playing a game about lawyer. There you go. That's the perfect title right there. Which will probably be reacted to by another lawyer. Like, what's this guy thinks happening about the guy who's playing the... Yeah, like, the reaction to the reaction. They claimed Okami footage? Are you serious? Do you know if 7 ever had issues with that? I didn't know Okami was something that was claimed. That's garbage. I mean, Okami's a nice looking game. Apparently it's very good, but like, is that a game where you should be throwing around copyright claims? Nah. Nope. I would say no. Gameplay? Okay, so I've only had gameplay, I had a rash of those happen, right? Gameplay claimed. But it wasn't from the video, the video game companies. It was from Let's Play channels. You stole my gameplay. I can very much show you that we did not use the same gameplay, you idiot. Now, I don't blame the streamers. I don't think it was the streamers that were doing it. I think it was their network handlers that thought they could get away with something slick. But like, in my response, I'm like, this is fraudulent. You know what happens with fraudulent claims. You know, fraud is a crime. It all got dropped. Of course they did, because they know better. I have not seen the Battlefield 2042 trailer. The only thing I know about Battlefield is that, well, I don't even know this for sure, but I heard that the multiplayer is going to be free or something. Yeah, I mean, if it's by Capcom, that's fucking obnoxious. 100%. Yeah, so this week's actually kind of light, and that's mostly because, so I have big work days Tuesday and Thursday, like big work days. Like I got to get up really early. I got to just shit I have to do. So we're not streaming either of the nights before that. And then also big work day Monday. So that's why there's no Sunday stream there. But otherwise, I'm trying to do it like this week, where I'm trying to get 5 in a week. Normally, my days off will be like Sunday, Thursday, or like Thursday, Saturday, or something like that. Yeah, they announced it for the 10-year anniversary, right? I mean, it's good for people that have Switches, but for somebody like me, it's like, I have the games. I mean, it'll reach a wider audience, and that's cool. But like, somebody finish a fan game. How about that? Or they can release another game. But I guess after watching Danganronpa 3, I don't know. I'm curious to see how V3 starts out. Because, like, it's done. What else are you going to do? You can't have another killing game. You have V3, but I'm sure there's some, like, way where it's, or, like, thing in the timeline where it's, like, concurrent or something. But if anything's going to take place after Danganronpa 3, what's it going to be? It can't be a killing game. You even made the anime sort of a killing game. As opposed to Phoenix Wright, which has a lot of shit that you can still do with it, which is good. I played... which Battlefield was that? I've played one Battlefield, and that was, I believe it was the Battlefield that came out after COD Ghosts, because that was the worst first-person shooter I have ever played in my life, and I was done with COD for a long time. Ghosts was just the fucking worst. I'm like, all right, guess I'm playing Battlefield now. Danganronpa Decadence. The three main titles, legendary Danganronpa franchise. Oh, Anniversary Edition? Does the Anniversary Edition have anything extra? Also features brand new title, Ultimate Summer Camp, a board game style bonus game with all new scenes and interactions between your favorite characters. That might be fun. That might be worth playing. I like we were talking about earlier, to me the best part of Danganronpa isn't the story and the narrative, because the narrative itself isn't really all that cohesive or good, but the characters are all very, on their own, are all written very well. The characterization's great. My favorite part about watching Danganronpa is seeing all the character interactions, because I think that's the type of story it is. The other stuff's just kind of, it's there to have a plot. I think you're right. It was probably 4. And then I got World War II, COD World War II. I played that for a little bit, not a ton. And then I really haven't played COD a ton since, and I didn't even play Ghost a ton, because I played Ghost like 5 times and I'm like, this is awful. I'm not playing this game anymore. Whichever game was before, was that Black Ops 2 or 3? It was 2, I think. Was the one before Ghost. And that was the last one I probably played pretty extensively. Until Warzone was released. And I played Warzone a lot. And Modern Warfare, a fairly good deal to unlock shit. Cold War I tried. I don't like Cold War. It's still fun to play with a big group, but like that's it. Like I was playing it with View the most on his streams. He's like, Apex, and I'm like, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, and 4 was good. I just sucked at it. So I got kind of like... I got a little deflated, yeah. Because I was so bad. It's such a different game. Not in a bad way, you just have to be able to adjust. But yeah, I don't know. We might be giving 2042 a shot because Warzone's always doing something to piss me off. Just aggravated by it. But yeah, all right, so that'll be it. Got a nice 4 hours of chatting in. Actually, we got like 3 hours 30 minutes of it, and then 30 minutes of productivity, which was the point of the stream. But hey, we had a good time talking about why dicks are all gross and why feet are gross and pizza toppings and a bunch of other shit. Of course, we also talked about Ace Attorney stuff too. That doesn't mean somebody else can't create a game. I mean, didn't they completely change the writing team for Ace Attorney? Starting with investigations and then going on to Dual Destinies? And that's why those games are a lot longer? Or do I not understand that timeline correctly? Yeah, that's true. I wasn't used to using vehicles, so like that was not an instinct of mine because I just never even thought about doing it. But yeah, I mean, as long as Spike Churnstuff owns all the IP to Danganronpa, which is based on this board game, I'm assuming they do, they can still make new ones. They don't have to have the other dude around. Now, in some instances, that can be really bad. But in other instances, new writers can be good. I just don't see what a fourth game would do. Like another mutual killing game? Like, I think you'd have to change the parameters somehow to make it interesting. Ah, I see. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, everyone. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with something. So, otherwise, then Tuesday we're starting V3. So, hope to see you guys there for that. Have a good night.
Oh man, that's fucking hit him, maybe. Come on, man.
I didn't want you to get curious about our demon hunting thing.
So that's why. Well, I'm pretty relieved then.
All it was demon hunting.
That's
Relieved.
it.
I thought it was something much worse.
I thought you two didn't like me anymore, but it turns out
All you
that
do were
wasn't
fucking
true.
hunt demons. Jeez. Anyway, if you can see the demon, then you could be of some use after all.
Excuse me.
You may even have some demon hunting potential. Hey, Hodai, would you be willing to help us out today? And then someday maybe we can do this as a demon hunter.
What?
Oh, what the? Where did this come from?
Hey,
Oh, look at her touching her fingers all
Versus,
shy.
like, maybe you can
well,
be
I
of some
kind
use
of
then.
have something I have to do today, so
Yeah, right.
But you're not going to help us.
Yeah, look, it's not gonna work out.
I gotta find some other
I
women.
can't because
Sorry.
I'm looking for my true love.
Oh my god. What are you mumbling? Oh, sorry. What are you mumbling about now? They seem to get along fine with you, right? Are you happy if another person decides your life for you? Just think about this for a second. Who do you like the most? Who do you love the most?
That's not a lot of time to make such a life-impacting decision.
It doesn't matter. Fine then. Fine, go fuck yourself. If that's the way you're going to be, Hodai, then just go away. Oh, harsh.